For the meeting of the 118th Congress of the United States, the House will come to order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, you spoke and the earth brought forth life. With a word, your Spirit breathed into humanity the essence and purpose of our very being. Speak to us now, O Lord, and breathe into the body of the 118th Congress your word of truth and justice, compassion and wisdom. Give each member the guidance to be faithful stewards of this divine tasking and to wield this privilege carefully. Even as you grant us the favor to serve you in this place, remind us that amidst all the debate, you will always have the final word. And your word is alive and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword. Divide then our souls and spirits. Discern our thoughts and the intentions of our hearts, and may they be acceptable to you. Lay on the shoulders of these men and women the mantle of both responsibility and accountability. Nothing is hidden from your sight, and each will always answer to you. Call these who represent the hopes and dreams of the Americans who have voted them into office to heed first your voice. And then, as they uphold and defend the Constitution and its moral principles, grant them strength and reason, purpose and insight. So bring this 118th Congress to life and breathe on us the creative work of your Holy Spirit. Give us eyes to see your guiding hand, ears to hear your wise truth, and hearts to hold firmly to the faith we profess in you. We pray this in your most sovereign name. Amen.
Will representatives-elect and their guests remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? We pledge allegiance to the flag as directed by law. The clerk of the House has prepared the official roll of the representatives-elect. Certificates of election covering 435 seats and the 118th Congress have been received by the clerk of the House. The names of those persons whose credentials show that they were regularly elected as representatives in accord with the laws of their respective states or of the United States will be called. The representatives-elect will record their presence by electronic device, and their names will be reported in alphabetical order by state, beginning with the state of Alabama, to determine whether a quorum is present. Representatives-elect will have a minimum of 15 minutes to record their presence by electronic vote. Representatives-elect who have not obtained their voting ID cards may do so now in the Speaker's lobby. there additional representatives-elect in the chamber who wish to record their vote? If not, all time has expired. 434 representatives-elect have recorded their presence. A quorum is present. Credentials, regular and form, have been received showing the election of the Honorable Jennifer Gonzalez Colon as Resident Commissioner from the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico for a term of 4 years beginning January 3rd, 2021. The Honorable Eleanor Holmes Norton as Delegate from the District of Columbia. The Honorable James C. Milan as Delegate from Guam. The Honorable Stacey E. Plaskett as Delegate from the Virgin Islands. The Honorable Amu Amada Coleman Radawagan as Delegate from American Samoa. And the Honorable Gregoria Kalia Camacho Sablan as Delegate from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. The clerk will state that since the last regular election of representatives to the 118th Congress, a vacancy now exists in the 4th District of the Commonwealth of Virginia, occasioned by the death of the late Honorable A. Donald McEachin. Pursuant to law and precedent, the next order of business is the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress. Nominations are now in order. The clerk recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Madam Clerk, on behalf of the House Republican Conference, I rise today to nominate the gentleman from California, Kevin McCarthy, as Speaker of the House to lead America's new Republican majority. In just 2 years of failed one-party Democrat rule, the American people have suffered from a historic border crisis, rampant crime, crippling inflation, rising energy costs, runaway debt, unconstitutional attacks on our fundamental freedoms, and weakness at home and abroad. The people across this great nation spoke loudly and clearly that they wanted a new direction. They wanted a new direction to stop this radical far-left agenda, to hold Joe Biden accountable, and to save the United States of America. Under Kevin McCarthy's leadership, House Republicans drafted a bold vision to put our nation back on track. Our commitment to America is a promise to the American people that this new Republican majority will stand up for an economy that's strong, a nation that's safe, a future that's built upon freedom, and a government that's accountable to the people. Kevin McCarthy is the proud son of a firefighter and a fourth-generation Californian from Kern County. Home to wildcatters, frontiersmen, and the right stuff, Bakersfield embodies the American spirit to work hard and dream big. This spirit that built our great nation is what we need in our next speaker. Kevin McCarthy is a strong conservative. He is proudly pro-life, a supporter of our Second Amendment rights, and he is committed to stopping wasteful government spending and shrinking the size of government. When Republicans last held the majority, Kevin helped to reduce domestic spending and lower the tax burden on hardworking American families. And as our Republican leader over the past several years, Kevin has taken the fight to one-party Democrat rule on behalf of the American people. He helped bring this historic border crisis to the national consciousness, a crisis Kevin made sure Democrats could no longer ignore. He fought for and succeeded in repealing the ill-advised military COVID vaccine mandate. And he stood on this very floor and spoke for a record 8 hours and 35 minutes to not only delay the vote in the House, but to make the case that ultimately defeated Joe Biden and House Democrats' dangerous Build Back Broke legislation. No one in this body has worked harder for this Republican majority than Kevin McCarthy. Since the day Kevin was elected as our leader, House Republicans have only gained seats and won. While Republicans in the Senate and state legislatures lost seats, House Republicans are the only ones who have consistently won because Kevin knows what we stand for, he knows when we should engage in the fight, and he knows how to build consensus. Importantly, Kevin has done the work of listening to all Americans, traveling to nearly every district in this country, fighting for conservative values and fighting for the people that are committed to upholding them. Kevin has shown up in these communities of every member in our conference, and I can guarantee he has shown up in the districts of many of our colleagues across the aisle as well. His relentless effort has yielded an extraordinary new House Republican majority that represents our country's greatness from all walks of life. When the last Congress gavelled in 2 years ago, every new Republican welcomed to our conference was a woman, veteran, or minority. Today's House Republican Conference is the most diverse Republican conference in our nation's history. A seasoned legislator, an experienced leader, a friend to so many of us, a proud conservative with a tireless work ethic, Kevin McCarthy has earned the speakership of the People's House. Madam Clerk, as the chair of the Republican Conference, it is my high honor to present our conference's nominee for election to the office of Speaker of the People's House, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy from the state of California, and I yield back.
The clerk now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Madam Clerk, I rise today at the direction of the House Democratic Caucus to place into nomination for election to the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the pride of Brooklyn, Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Today, Madam Clerk, House Democrats are united. United by a Speaker who will put people over politics. Hakeem Jeffries has worked his entire life to improve economic opportunity for all people. He is committed to strengthening the American dream by lowering costs for working families, building safer communities, by taking weapons of war off streets, and by creating good-paying jobs in industries of the future. As we work to implement our historic legislative accomplishments of the last 2 years, House Democrats are united behind a Speaker who wants to make things in America and bring home jobs that have been shipped overseas, to write a tax code that rewards hard work, not wealth, to invest in clean energy that reduces our country's dependence on fossil fuels, from voting rights to reproductive rights, We are united, Madam Clerk. We are unified behind a speaker who is an unapologetic advocate for protecting and expanding our freedoms. He does not traffic in extremism. He does not grovel to or make excuses for a twice-impeached so-called former president. Madam Clerk, he does not bend a knee to anyone who would seek to undermine our democracy. Because, Madam Clerk, that's not what leaders do. Because he understands what great leaders of this House understand, that this body and this institution are best equipped to serve the needs of this democracy and the beautiful mosaic of the members it sends. That our responsibility as members of this body is to protect the American dream and honor the sacrifice of the generations before us. Like the sacrifice of a mother and a social worker who borrowed against her pension to put her children through school. Mom and Dad were determined that their children would graduate without any debt so that they could pursue their dreams to the best of their ability, no matter the hardship or the sacrifice. Today, Hakeem's leadership style is quite simple. Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. And it's born of this working class upbringing in that same borough. Hakeem and his brother were raised in the first home that their parents ever bought, thanks to their collectively bargained salary, and it's where they live today. It was in this house where his younger brother saw a future leader, where his mother saw a thoughtful, passionate young man, and where his father saw a competitor whose GPA went up when his younger brother started high school. His family always at his side, some here with us today and some watching from home. His mom and dad, Kenny, JJ, Joshua, and his younger brother, Dr. Hassan Jeffries. Mrs. Jeffries and her husband told their sons, it doesn't matter what you do, but it has to be done in the service of people. And that's how Hakeem will lead. He's going to serve all of us so that we can best serve the American public. That selflessness, that commitment to success of those around you is what shaped his career and what will shape our joint future together. He knows success isn't about personal achievement. He's a leader who will be with you in the beginning, whether it's your bill and an important priority in your district. He'll ride alongside you as you do the work, and he'll be there at the end to see you through. Because he knows that our success means that we can raise the quality of life for our constituents, creating better jobs and building safer communities. He has guided every step of the way by his faith and his mom instilled in him. Sunday mornings weren't always easy in the Jeffries house. The young man who knew he wanted to be a lawyer would argue with his mom about going to church that day. But failure is a good teacher. He lost those arguments, and now Hakeem goes to church every weekend, sometimes that one where his church family is at Cornerstone Baptist, or somewhere else in the district where he can meet his constituents where they are. He remembers that after church on Sundays, he'd go to Nano's house, where there was an open door at his grandmother's house for the entire neighborhood and their elders to come through with food and conversation. A young Hakeem listening to everything, but usually just trying to catch the score of the Jets game. This is where wisdom gets passed down. And now, guided by the faith and wisdom of leaders like Jim Clyburn, Greg Meeks, John Lewis, Steny Hoyer, and Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi. It is shaped by that guidance that we are prepared to nominate a leader who will open the door to the new generation of leadership. Madam Clerk, a Latino is nominating for leader of this chamber a black man for the first time in our history. Madam Clerk, that's progress, and it's progress that the country wants to continue for this Congress and for our country. Therefore, as chair of the Democratic caucus, I am directed by the vote of that caucus to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress the name of the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, Representative-elect from the state of New York.
The names of the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, a representative-elect from the state of California, and the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, a representative-elect from the state of New York, have been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations? The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
America knows that Washington is broken. The power doesn't reside in the Speaker. It doesn't in the majority leader nor the minority leader, nor the whips. The power resides in we, the people. The people entrusted us here, each individual member, to represent their district, their state, and the federal government. Washington's broken. We're the last ones to know. A wise person once told me, good process builds good policy, builds good politics. We got to return to that. It is with that that I place the name of my friend and colleague from Arizona, Andy Biggs, for Speaker of the House. Thank you.
Are there further nominations? There being no further nominations, the clerk appoints the following tellers. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steele. And the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The tellers will come forward and take their seats at the desk in front of the Speaker's rostrum. The names of the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, a representative-elect from the state of California, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, a representative-elect from the state of New York, and the Honorable Andy Biggs, a representative-elect from the state of Arizona, have been placed in nomination. The roll now will be called, and those responding to those names will indicate by surname the nominee of their choosing. The reading clerk will now call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderhall.
I cast my vote for the gentleman from California,
McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Allen.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Allred.
King Jeffries.
Jeffries. Amaday.
Bakersfield High, Home of the Drillers, Martin.
McCarthy. Armstrong.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Arrington.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Auchincloss.
King Jeffries.
Jeffries. Babin.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Bacon.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Baird.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Balderson.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Berrigan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Beatty.
I proudly cast my historic vote for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Bergman.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Fire.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs.
Biggs.
Biggs. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Biggs. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert.
I rise to cast my vote for the Honorable Jim Jordan.
Jordan. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Burkeen. Banks. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy.
Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Cardenas.
For the first Speaker of color of the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl.
Speaker of the House, 118th Congress, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Carson.
Hakeem Sekou Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Kassar.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Castro of Texas.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline.
Very proudly, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Suscovani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York.
The bad, brilliant brother from Brooklyn.
Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Jordan. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Biggs. Cohen.
I have 8 times cast my vote for the greatest speaker of a generation and maybe the greatest speaker this House has ever known, Nancy Pelosi. I proudly cast my vote for the next great speaker of the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Costa.
Gentleman from New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Courtney.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Biggs. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz.
From the great state of Texas, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. DeLauro.
I proudly cast my vote for the gentleman from Brooklyn, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Del Bene.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito.
From Strawman, New York, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Doggett.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Donalds. McCarthy. Duarte.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Eshue.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Espaillat.
Don't know, now you know.
Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Fallon.
4th District of Texas votes for Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Finstra.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Fishbach.
Proudly cast my vote for McCarthy.
McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Fleischman.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Fletcher.
Hakeem
Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox.
Kevin
McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates.
Andy Biggs.
Biggs. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego.
I vote for the current vote leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia.
Golden State Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Robert Garcia.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Biggs. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Biggs. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas.
And still I rise, and I proudly cast my vote on behalf of the enslaved people who built this capital. I cast my vote for the honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Harris. Zeldin. Harshbarger, McCarthy, Hayes, Jeffries, Hearn, McCarthy, Higgins of Louisiana, McCarthy, Higgins of New York, Jeffries, Hill, McCarthy, Himes, Jeffries, Henson, McCarthy, Horsford,
Proudly cast my vote for the passionate member, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Houchin, McCarthy, Houlihan, Jeffries, Hoyer, Jeffries, Hoyle of Oregon, Jeffries, Hudson,
Judy McCarthy's husband, Kevin.
McCarthy, Huffman,
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Huizinga, McCarthy, Hunt, McCarthy, Issa, McCarthy, Ivy, Jeffries, Jackson of Illinois, Jeffries, Jackson of North Carolina, Jeffries, Jackson of Texas, McCarthy, Jackson Lee,
Spirit of Martin Luther King, John Lewis, Elijah Cummings. I'm deeply proud to cast my vote for the next speaker, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Jacobs, Jeffries, James, McCarthy, Jayapal, Jeffries, 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 Johnson of Georgia, Jeffries, Johnson of Louisiana, McCarthy, Johnson of Ohio, McCarthy, Johnson of South Dakota, McCarthy, Jordan, McCarthy, Joyce of Ohio, McCarthy, Joyce of Pennsylvania, McCarthy, Camlogger Dove, Jeffries, Captor, Jeffries, Kane of New Jersey, McCarthy, Keating,
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Kelly of Illinois, Jeffries, Kelly of Mississippi,
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy, Kelly of Pennsylvania,
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy, Kana,
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Kiggins of Virginia, McCarthy, Kildee,
Brooklyn, my classmate, 2012, I read Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Killey, McCarthy, Kilmer, Jeffries, Kim of California, McCarthy, Kim of New Jersey, Jeffries, Krishnamurthy, Jeffries, Custer, Jeffries, Kustoff, McCarthy, LaHood, McCarthy, Loida, McCarthy, LaMalfa, McCarthy, Lamborn, McCarthy, Landsman,
I proudly cast my vote for, and enthusiastically cast my vote for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Langworthy, McCarthy, Larson of Washington, Jeffries, Larson of Connecticut, Jeffries, Latta, McCarthy, LaTurner, McCarthy, Lawler,
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy, Lee of California,
Brooklyn, New York. Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Lee of Florida, McCarthy, Lee of Nevada, Jeffries, Lee of Pennsylvania,
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Ledger Fernandez,
Desde luego México, para la gente, el representante Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Lesko, McCarthy, Letlow, McCarthy, Levin, Jeffries, Liu, Jeffries, Lofgren, Jeffries, Loudermilk, McCarthy, Lucas, McCarthy, Lukemeyer, McCarthy, Luna, Jordan, Luttrell, McCarthy, Lynch, Jeffries, Mace, Kevin McCarthy, Magaziner, Jeffries, Maliotakis, McCarthy, Mann, McCarthy, Manning, Jeffries, Massey, McCarthy, Mast,
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy, Matsui, Jeffries, McBath, Jeffries, McCarthy, McCarthy, McCall. McCarthy. McLean.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks.
I proudly cast my vote for the pride of New York and soon to be the pride of these United States of America, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Maine. Jeffries. Muser.
Nobody but McCarthy.
McCarthy. Mfume.
Madam Clerk, on this historic day, I am proud to cast my vote for the distinguished gentleman from New York, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Jordan. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin.
I proudly cast my vote for the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moran.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan.
Representing Gary, Indiana, proudly, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose.
Colorado's 2nd District proudly votes for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Norman. Biggs. None of Iowa.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles.
American patriot, gentleman from Ohio, Jim Jordan.
Jordan. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Biggs. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingreen. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez.
This Latina from the Illinois 3rd Congressional District votes for the speaker that's going to defend immigrant rights, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Raskin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Rushenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale.
Montana's 2nd district votes for Andy Biggs.
Biggs. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Sanchez.
Cast my vote for Brooklyn Love and Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Snyder.
With pride and promise for the people, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swigert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self.
Jim Jordan.
Jordan. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell.
I proudly cast my vote for the Prince of the People's Republic of Brooklyn, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Simpson.
Son of a California firefighter, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri.
Kevin Owen McCarthy.
McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Soto.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Spanberger.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Sparks. McCarthy. Stansberry.
On behalf of the great state of New Mexico, I proudly cast my ballot for the brilliant, eloquent, and amazing next Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Stanton.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens.
Proudly, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland.
Without hesitation, I proudly cast my vote for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano.
Madam Clerk, I am with Team Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Tanning, McCarthy, Tanadar,
Proudly from Detroit, Michigan. Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Thompson of California,
Jeffries.
Jeffries, Thompson of Mississippi,
Jeffries.
Jeffries, Thompson of Pennsylvania, McCarthy, Tiffany, McCarthy, Timmons, McCarthy, Titus, Jeffries, Talib, Jeffries, Takuda,
From the great state of Hawaii, we vote Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Tonko,
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Torres of California, Jeffries, Torres of New York,
Proudly vote for the master of alliteration, the cerebral full comic collector, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Trahan, Jeffries, Trone,
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries, Turner, McCarthy, Underwood, Jeffries, Valadeo, McCarthy, Van Drew,
Mr. Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy, Van Dyne, McCarthy, Van Orden, McCarthy, Vargas,
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Vasquez,
New Mexico for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, VC,
Jeffries of New York.
Jeffries, Velasquez,
The one and only Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Wagner, McCarthy, Wahlberg,
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy, Waltz,
McCarthy.
McCarthy, Wasserman Schultz, Jeffries, Waters, Jeffries, Watson Coleman,
With my heart stayed on the preservation of democracy and the protection of integrity, I cast my vote for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Weber of Texas, McCarthy, Webster of Florida, McCarthy, Winstrup, McCarthy, Westerman, McCarthy, Wexton, Jeffries, Wild,
Unity with all of my Democratic brothers and sisters, because we know how to get things done. I vote for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Williams of Georgia, Jeffries, Williams of New York, McCarthy, Williams of Texas, McCarthy, Wilson of Florida, Jeffries, Wilson of South Carolina, McCarthy, Whitman, McCarthy, Womack, McCarthy, Yaka, McCarthy. Zinke.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 434, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 203. The Honorable Andy Biggs of the state of Arizona has received 10. The Honorable Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 6. The Honorable Jim Banks of the state of Indiana has received 1. The Honorable Lee Zeldin of the state of New York has received 1. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 1. No persons having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected. Following the procedure used by the House in 1923 and recorded in Canons Precedents, Volume 6, Section 24, the clerk is prepared to direct the reading clerk to call a roll anew. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we have 3 objectives this Congress, 3 fundamental things we have to get done in the 118th Congress. First, pass the bills that fix the problems. In 2 years' time, we have a border that is no longer a border. We have a military that can't meet its recruitment goals. We have bad energy policy, bad education policy, record spending, record inflation, record debt, and a government that has been weaponized against we the people, against the very people we represent. So we need to pass legislation to address all that. And I hope my Democrat colleagues will join me. I really do. But I have my doubts. And if they don't, and if Chuck Schumer says, no, we're not going to take up that legislation that we pass, and if Joe Biden won't sign it, so be it. They'll have to answer to the people in 2024. Second, we can never, ever let a bill like the one that passed 12 days ago, $1.7 trillion spent, we can never, ever let that kind of legislation pass again. We have to pass a budget that makes sense, that's good common sense, then do the 12 appropriation bills that recognize it's the people's money, not ours, and send it to the Senate, and then stand firm on that legislation. And again, if they won't take it up and Joe Biden won't sign it, we can stand firm on a CR or something. We can have that fight, but we are not going to have what took place a week and a half ago ever happen again. And then finally, third, and this is important, We got to do the oversight, do the
in order.
investigations. We have to do the oversight and the investigations that need to be done. This idea that bureaucrats who never put their name on a ballot but think they run the country, who have assaulted our constituents' First Amendment liberties, they need to be held accountable. That has to happen. We need to do it. We need to do it in a way that's consistent with the Constitution, but we need to do it vigorously and aggressively. That is part of our duty as members of this body. To my friends here on this side of the aisle, I would just say this. The differences we may have, the differences between Joyce and Jordan or Biggs and Bacon, they pale in comparison to the differences between us and the left, which now unfortunately controls the other party. So we had better come together and fight for these key things, these three things. That's what the people want us to do. And I think Kevin McCarthy is the right guy to lead us. I really do, or I wouldn't be standing up here giving this speech. I came in with Kevin. We came in the same time 16 years ago. We haven't always agreed on everything, but I like his fight. I like his tenacity, and I like I remember Kevin told me, I actually wrote about this in a book. I remember Kevin told me, he said, when the toughest times in life are when you get knocked down. The question is, can you come back? And I've always seen him be able to do that. We need to rally around him, come together, and deal with these three things, because this is what the people sent us here to do. My favorite scripture verse is 2 Timothy 4:7. Paul's the old guy giving advice to the young guy, and he says, fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. I like the verse because it's a verse of action. Fight, finish, keep. Not wimpy words, words that I think fit America. That's what the American people want us to do. They want us to fight for the things they care about and they elected us to do. And we should all remember, only about 12,000 people have ever had the opportunity to do what we're doing today, sit in this body, serve in this Congress. It is a privilege. It is an opportunity. We owe it to them, the American people, the good people of this great country, to step forward, to come together, get a speaker elected so we can address these three things. I hope you'll vote for Kevin McCarthy, and that's why I'm proud to nominate him for Speaker of the House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're witnessing history here today. For half of that, I wasn't quite sure who the gentleman from Ohio was nominating. He was nominating himself. And
is the gentleman rising to place a name in nomination?
I am, Madam Clerk. I am. I'd just like to be afforded the same opportunity that the gentleman from Ohio took, Madam Clerk. Consider all that's happened. The last time an election for Speaker went to a second ballot, Leader Jeffries' beloved New York Yankees had not yet won a World Series. Consider all that's happened since then. The work that the body has entertained, the work that we've done for the people over that time. We are unified behind a Speaker who will continue that progress despite the chaos on the other side, Madam Clerk. We are going to stay here to get this done. We are unified, and we are all going to support Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker. The lead vote getter in the last ballot. Madam Clerk, as chair of the Democratic caucus, I'm directed by the vote of the caucus to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress the name of the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, the representative-elect for the state of New York, once again, and we will be unified once again in our support for him.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
To nominate a candidate for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, sometimes we have to do jobs that we don't really want to do. And sometimes we have to do jobs that we are called to do. And so, my colleagues, I rise to nominate the most talented, hardest working member of the Republican conference, who just gave a speech with more vision than we have ever heard from the alternative, I'm nominating Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan is humble, perhaps today, humble to a fault. Maybe the right person for the job of Speaker of the House isn't someone who wants it so bad. Maybe the right person for the job of Speaker of the House isn't someone who has sold shares of themselves for more than a decade to get it. Maybe Jim Jordan is the right person for Speaker of the House because he is not beholden to the lobbyists and special interests who have corrupted this place and corrupted this nation under the leadership of both Republicans and Democrats. Maybe Jim Jordan would be the right person for Speaker of the House because he wouldn't fight us when we try to get a term limits bill on the floor. Maybe Jim Jordan would be the right person because he wouldn't fight us when we try to put a balanced budget on the floor and vote for it. And maybe Jim Jordan is the right person because he would endorse the plan that was built by the Texas delegation to finally secure our border. Mr. Jordan said in his nomination that there are certain bills that we have to pass to fix the problem. The challenge is the alternative has been someone voting for the very bills that have caused these problems. Mr. Jordan says that we cannot accept legislation like the omnibus, and I fully agree. And if Jim Jordan were Speaker of the House, if he were the leader of the Republican team, we wouldn't have that circumstance choking the economy of our country, increasing inflation, and diminishing the prospects of a better life for our fellow Americans. And finally, Mr. Jordan said we must engage in rigorous oversight. Every one of my Republican colleagues knows that the person who can lead that oversight effort, who works on it every day, who has the skill and the talent and the will, is Jim Jordan. I'm nominating him, and I'm voting for him.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
That wasn't on an existential.
Adams. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Benegan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. For the second time, I proudly cast Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Byer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Jordan. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Jordan. Lumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Jordan. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Rakeen. Jordan. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamick. McCarthy. Caraballo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas.
I vote for the first speaker of color of the United States House of Representatives, Hakeem
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson.
Hakeem Sekou Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana.
Carter of Louisiana votes Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Shirphyllis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Jordan. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Jordan. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Costa. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Jordan. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De la Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. DeLauro. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. McCarthy. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Franco. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Jordan. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Gallego. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Jordan. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Jordan. Heimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Jordan. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Hinson. McCarthy. Horsford.
For the people, for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Isa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee.
John Lewis, Mark Ford, and Elijah Cummings. I proudly stand to vote for Speaker Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries. Jeffries.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kim Lager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler. Lawler. McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna.
Jordan. Latrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Meng. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Jordan. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries.
Norman. Jordan. None of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Jordan. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Jordan. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Jordan. Stanton. Jeffries. Sorry. How was that? Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Jordan. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Jordan. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. Smith of Nebraska. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparks. McCarthy. Stansbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Stile. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Talib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg. McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. Webster of Florida. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the representatives-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Costa. Jeffries. DeLauro. Jeffries. Gallego. Jeffries. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy.
be in order? Will the House be in order? The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 434, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 203. The Honorable Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 19. No person having received the majority of the whole number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy for the position of Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We all came here to get things done, to get big things done, to solve the problems. And I hope when we get through today that all of the members on both sides of the aisle will join together with us to solve the problems, to address inflation that is crushing middle-class families, to get control over spending that's driving that inflation, Madam Clerk.
Will the House be in order?
And we all know what those problems are. We've been talking about them for a long time. We've been proposing legislation for a long time. In fact, it was Kevin McCarthy who put together task forces over a year ago to get members engaged in the process of not just talking about what we don't like, not just talking about what the problems are. We know what those problems are. But how do you fix those problems? And so we started rolling those bills out. We've attempted to bring bills on this floor to address inflation, to lower the cost of goods when families go to the grocery store and they can't even buy all the food they need for their families if they can find that food on their shelf. But those bills were rejected. If a family has trouble putting gas in the tank to make it to the grocery store, because we've got such horrible energy policies under what President Biden's done to shut down American energy, that families can't even afford to put gas in their tanks. And so we brought legislation to the floor to lower the cost of gasoline. And you know what? Those bills were rejected by the previous majority. And I use that term for a reason, previous majority, because we want a majority talking about fixing those problems. But we can't start fixing those problems until we elect Kevin McCarthy as our next speaker. And so what have we laid out? We've got bills just this week to start addressing some of those problems, to start addressing our energy insecurity that's been created when President Biden shut down American energy. There is absolutely no reason that we need to rely on foreign countries to produce our energy. We could produce it all here, cleaner, better, more efficient, and create American jobs in the process. Let's get those bills to this floor. How long have we been highlighting this open southern border? That's not just brought millions of people across our border. Kevin McCarthy's led delegations down to the border to show what the problem is. We know what the problem is. This president refuses to even admit the problem. It's kind of hard for the president to solve a problem when he doesn't even admit it's a problem. Yet let's talk about the numbers. Over 2 million people have come across our border illegally just last year. That's more than the entire state of New Mexico have come into our country illegal, and this president won't even admit it's a problem. Last year alone, we lost over 100,000 young people to deaths from drugs like fentanyl because we have an open southern border. Everybody should be appalled by that stat. The fact that more than 100 of our youngest, best and brightest kids are dead in America because of the fentanyl coming across of our open southern border. These are drugs made in China coming across our southern border and brought into every community in America. And it should stop. It has to stop, but it won't stop until either the president takes action, which he won't, or we pass legislation on the floor to fix those problems. But that doesn't start until we elect Kevin McCarthy as our speaker. We know what the challenges are. We've laid out solutions to these problems. It's sad to say these aren't problems that are very hard to fix because we weren't in this situation just a few years ago. But if the administration doesn't want to fix these problems, people call on us to do that. And it starts here in the people's house. Let's rise to this challenge. Let's meet the challenges that the American people sent all of us, not just the Republicans, not just the Democrats, but all 434, soon to be 435 of us. We can meet those challenges, but let's start by electing Kevin McCarthy as our next speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries. For unity in
The gentleman
Congress.
has been recognized.
For unity in Congress and progress in our country, Democrats are united behind Hakeem Jeffries. I recommend Hakeem Jeffries as our speaker. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
He's not seeking, like he's seeking recognition, so let's just say the clerk is prepared to call the roll.
The reading clerk is prepared to call the roll. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Seek to place a name in a nomination, Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
So this is what the chamber looks like when we're actually debating and the bodies are in the chairs. How many times have we been down here giving speeches and there's not a soul in the chamber? Yet this is what it takes to get 435 people in the chamber and have an actual debate. The American people are watching, and that's a good thing. What we're doing is exercising our rights to vote and have a debate and have a discussion about the future of this country through the decision of choosing a speaker. This is not personal. It's not. This is about the future of the country. This is about the direction of the country. American people who are looking at this body and wondering why we can pass $1.7 trillion bills that are unpaid for. They can just slide in $45 billion for Ukraine but not pay for it. $40 billion for emergency spending and not pay for it. 10% increase in defense spending, 6% increase in non-defense spending and not pay for it. And not do a thing except put language in a bill that prohibits our ability to use the money to secure the border. That bill gets rammed through, and we know exactly how it gets rammed through, because the defense world and the non-defense world come together and say, you know what? We're going to cut a deal, and we'll all go to the mics, and we'll all go give speeches, and the American people are the big losers. That's what happens. We know that's what happens. The Rules Committee sits up there and passes a bill, sends it to the floor, and we have no debate on the floor of this body. We haven't been able to offer an amendment on the floor of this body since May of 2016. The former leader and I have discussed this right here. That's true. But the fact is, this place has to change. It has to change. And the change comes by either adopting rules and procedures that will make us actually do our job, or it comes from leadership. And people ask me, what do you want? I want the tools, or I want the leadership to stop the swamp from running over the average American every single day. We can't keep doing this. I'm going to sit here until we figure out how to stop spending money we don't have. I don't want any more empty promises. I don't want any more, oh, don't worry, trust us, we'll do it. I want to know that we're going to be able to exercise our rights as a member of this body to stand up for the American people and actually fix this country. And it's not going to happen when we use our men and women in uniform in defense and wrap ourselves around that and then spend more money that we don't have, weakening that defense, weakening our country in the process. But that's what we just did. Ladies and gentlemen, I am asking for us to come together and figure out how to solve these problems. And to do that, I'm going to do what I did my very first act as a member of Congress, or as a congressman-elect, and nominate Jim Jordan for Speaker. Now, Jim has said he doesn't want that nomination, and Jim has been down here nominating Kevin, and I respect that. And again, I have no personal animus towards Kevin. And I've worked for the last 2 months to try to figure out how to get the rules to make this place better, and we've made progress. But we do not have the tools or the leadership yet to stop the swamp from rolling over the American people. Jim has been doing it. He has a track record of doing it. And for those reasons, I am nominating Jim Jordan from Ohio for Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The reading clerk will call the roll. Adams. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amadei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Berrigan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Jordan. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Jordan. Blumenauer. Blumenauer. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert.
Jordan. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Jordan. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burlinson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. Carter of Georgia. Carter of Louisiana.
Carter, Louisiana proudly votes for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscobani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Jordan. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Jordan. Cohen.
Not Jackie Robinson, but Brooklyn's 21st century star, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Jordan. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davis of Kansas. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. Diaz-Posito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Jordan. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fauci. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Jordan. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Gomez. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Jordan. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Jordan. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Jordan. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford.
United for
Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kemlager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kana. Jeffries. Higgins of Virginia. Higgins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLoida. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler. McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Luetkemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Jordan. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCollum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mean. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Jordan. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Muskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy, Nadler, Jeffries, Napolitano, Jeffries, Neal, Jeffries, Neguse, Jeffries, Nels, McCarthy, Newhouse, McCarthy, Nickel, Jeffries, Norcross, Jeffries, Norman, Jordan, none of Iowa, McCarthy, Obernolte, McCarthy, Ocasio-Cortez, Ocasio-Cortez, Ogles, Jordan, Omar, Jeffries, Owens, McCarthy, Pallone, Jeffries, Palmer, McCarthy, Panetta, Jeffries, Pappas, Jeffries, Pasquarel, Jeffries, Payne, Jeffries, Pelosi, Jeffries, Peltola, Jeffries, Pence, McCarthy, Perez, Jeffries, Perry, Jordan, Peters, Jeffries, Pedersen, Jeffries, Pfluger, McCarthy, Phillips, Jeffries, Pingree, Jeffries, Pocan, Jeffries, Porter, Jeffries, Posey, McCarthy, Presley, Jeffries, Quigley, Jeffries, Ramirez, Jeffries, Raskin, Jeffries, Reschenthaler, McCarthy, Rogers of Washington, McCarthy, Rogers of Alabama, McCarthy, Rogers of Kentucky, McCarthy, Rose, McCarthy, Rosendale, Jordan, Ross, Jeffries, Rouser, McCarthy, Roy, Jordan, Ruiz, Jeffries, Rupersberger, Jeffries, Rutherford, Rutherford, McCarthy, Ryan, Jeffries, Salazar, McCarthy, Salinas, Jeffries, Sanchez, Jeffries, Santos, McCarthy, Sarbanes, Jeffries, Scalise, McCarthy, Scanlon, Jeffries, Schakowsky, Jeffries, Schiff, Jeffries, Snyder, Jeffries, Skolton, Jeffries, Schreier, Jeffries, Schweikert, McCarthy, Austin Scott, McCarthy, David Scott, Jeffries, Scott of Virginia, Jeffries, Self, Jordan, Sessions, McCarthy, Sewell, Jeffries, Sherman, Jeffries, Sherrill, Jeffries, Simpson, McCarthy, Slotkin, Jeffries, Smith of Missouri, McCarthy, Smith of Nebraska, McCarthy, Smith of New Jersey, McCarthy, Smith of Washington, Jeffries, Smucker, McCarthy, Sorensen, Jeffries, Soto, Jeffries, Spamberger, Jeffries, Sparts, McCarthy, Stansberry, Jeffries, Stanton, Jeffries, Stallberg, McCarthy, Steele, McCarthy, Stefanik, McCarthy, Stile, McCarthy, Stubbe, McCarthy, Stevens, Jeffries, Stewart, McCarthy, Strickland, Jeffries, Strong, McCarthy, Swalwell, Jeffries, Sykes, Jeffries, Takano, Jeffries, Tenney, McCarthy, Tanadar, Jeffries, Thompson of California, Jeffries, Thompson of Mississippi, Thompson of Mississippi, Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Titus. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trim. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. Vesey. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg. McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the representatives-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Blumenauer. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Gomez. Jeffries. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Titus. Jeffries.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 434, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the State of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the State of California has received 202. The Honorable Jim Jordan of the State of Ohio has received 20. No person having received the majority of the whole number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Move to adjourn until noon tomorrow.
Question is on the motion.
The question is on the motion.
All those in favor say aye.
All those in favor say aye.
All those opposed, no.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Motion is adopted.
The motion is adopted.
House stands adjourned till
The House
tomorrow.
stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.